stand over here in the corner. They're both Purina reps. They got lots of good information about feed and nutrition. Go see them, talk to them. They can talk. They can talk to you about show stuff and just production livestock. Be glad to talk with you. And I saw Robert. Robert's got some cool boots on. If you want to see some cool boots, go see Robert. He can hook you up. I want to also recognize and introduce our judge and our clinician for the weekend, Mr. Mike Harbor. He's a Purina ambassador, goes all over the country putting these on and traveled a long ways to come see us. So thank him for being with us. He can probably handle the heat. He's from Texas, so he's used to this. I'm going to turn it over to these young ladies and let them introduce themselves. We've had the pleasure of working with Anna English and Heritage Farm Supply and putting together the showdown. This is a student committee that's been working since January trying to put this together, and thanks to Anna and her leadership and her foresight to see youth involved in leadership and production livestock and show livestock production. She's involved them with every step of the way, so thank you to Anna for allowing these students a great opportunity. I'm going to let them introduce themselves to you.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Brooke Eberly. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm a recent graduate from North Buncombe High School. Hello? Hi. Sorry, cut out. I'm a recent graduate from North Buncombe High School, and I have just recently served as our chapter's community service coordinator. I've been on this committee for a while, and it is really exciting to see everything just put into action like this. Thank y'all so much for being here and for coming out. It's going to be a great day.
Hey everybody, my name's Emmeline Stack. I currently serve as our chapter's co-president, and I'm really excited for today. This is my second year showing, so I'm excited to see what this year brings.
I'm Miley Ponder. I am also the other co-president for North Buncombe FFA, and I'll keep this short and sweet because it's a little hot out here.
Hi, I'm Lorelai Benson. I serve as the historian for North Buncombe FFA officer. And yeah, this is my first time ever being at a show, so I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michaela Hensley. Like Brooke, I graduate in about 5 weeks. This is my second year on the committee, and I think this is a great experience for everyone involved, and I hope you all enjoy.
Hi everyone, my name is Addison Sprinkle, currently serving as North Buncombe's vice president. So I've showed cows for a few years and also showing goats. So today I would like to share a quote with you that's from our FFA manual. It says, "Modest in your winnings and generous in defeat." I feel like everyone here can really use this in their life, whether it involves showing or doesn't. But really today it can involve with showing. So if you get to come in this ring and you're winning, you've won, you've got that handshake, and you get to come out of the ring smiling, be generous in your winnings. Be kind to all the people around you, because there is going to be some people walking out of this ring today not getting the placing that they're wanting. But if you are that person, make it into a learning opportunity. If you don't get the placing that you want, just look back and reflect on what you've done and try to become better so that you can become better at showing as you go along. Thank you. So
Real quick, couple of announcements. Contestants, have your back number on. Mom, Dad, make sure they got their back number on. Be sure you are following the band app. There's going to be a lot of updates coming out on that just every couple minutes. And then the ice cream social is this afternoon after the sheep show. So everyone come eat ice cream. Hello. The ice cream's already here. It's in the freezer, not melting, but it's here ready for you guys. Plan to come eat.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we get this show started is we're going to pledge the flag. So if you would please stand if you're not standing, or remove your hats and move your attention to the back of the show barn. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's have a great day, and thank you for everyone being here. one other thing that I failed to mention is Mel's Media Solution is here taking photography. She's live streaming, so if you got folks at home that want to watch it, be sure that you get on the live stream. Thank you to Melanie for being here. One other announcement: if you're taking pictures, be sure your flash is turned off. We have some students who have some health scenarios, and they do not need to be exposed to the flash of a camera. So I'll say that one more time. If you're taking pictures towards the arena, be sure your flash is turned off, please. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It's definitely an honor to come to North Carolina and evaluate your young people as well as the goat and sheep show today and do clinic tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. A great turnout. Jackpots are always you never know how many folk you're going to get when you put one on, and this looks like we're going to have a super event the next 2 days. We started off with an extremely competitive super senior showmanship. I think these three young ladies have done a phenomenal job out here, and you study them, and they're all three different in their style and the way they present their goats, but they're all very sound in their fundamentals, doing the basics extremely well, and the two young ladies on this end of the line probably have a notch more experience today as far as just being able to work their goats and a little freer in their movement, a little easier and more fluid in their body movements and the way they're presenting them. I think the differences between each one of these out here is style and just kind of the way they're getting them presented. I don't think there was any major flaws that we saw out here today in this respective class. I think it's extremely close in our champion and reserve, and again, I think it comes down to just kind of one individual that, to me, kind of gets her goat set up just a notch quicker, just moves out a little freer when we get these goats on the move and actually walks that goat out in front of her just a notch more, and the goat just moves a little freer and presents itself just a notch better. But really highly competitive super senior division, and we look forward to the rest of the classes today. Thank you. Give them a nice round of applause for an excellent class.
For our Class 1 Senior Plus Showmanship, our grand champion was Veronica Cordoville. Reserve grand was Aaron Burns. Our grand and reserve champions from each class, will stay after for the senior showmanship. Supreme showmanship.
I'll tell you, there's another really highly competitive class out here, as all y'all can see. Just the experience that these exhibitors are bringing to the show ring, their style, the way they're presenting these goats, very, very impressive. Being that we have 2 heats, we're going to pull a couple of these young ladies and move them to the center or pull them out, and then we'll bring in the next heat and kind of have our championship round of this senior division. But the fundamentals, just their body work, the way they're presenting these goats, how they're walking, I think everybody is kind of on the same level in this group. Just a couple of them doing them with a little smoother presentation, you know, and just being more correct in their body positioning and their body language and stuff. But a super competitive group. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll pick 2 and then move on to the second heat.
Heat 1 for the senior showmanship, returning for Heat 2 is Kylie Adams and Allison Jewell. Ladies and gentlemen, you might see a young lady in the ring here with a camera. Her name is Melanie Fischel. She is currently live streaming this show, and you can find that on her Facebook page at Mel's Media Solutions. Thank you, Mel.
think as we get into our second group of seniors, definitely some differences out here in terms of just ringing experience and probably the length of time some of these exhibitors have shown goats. I think there's one or two that kind of surface in this group. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll come out for our champion heat.
Coming back from heat number 2, we have Darcy Boucher and Rallian Willis. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge in the ring today is Mike Harbour. He's been an accomplished show and lamb goat producer for over 30 years, growing up in southern New Mexico. Mike moved to Texas following his high school graduation to pursue a college degree in animal science and compete on the collegiate livestock judging team. Following completion of his master's degree, he spent 7.5 years with the Texas Agricultural Extension Service as a county extension agent. While there, his primary educational responsibilities including production agriculture and junior livestock projects. He currently lives in Gatesville, Texas, with his wife, Connie, and his sons Tristan and Trey. He went to Angelo State University and achieved his bachelor's and master's degrees in animal science. Mike was instrumental in boosting the popularity of boar goats here in the United States. His first buck was given to him because it was lame, but it soon became one of the best bucks he's ever had, and it built the foundation of his herd. Many goat producers' herds date back to Harbour Livestock. Currently, Mike is selecting the champion and reserves for the champion senior showmanship.
Well, when we get on this level, y'all can see from the sidelines that there's probably 2 or 3 out here that kind of rise above the group, and it comes down to personal preference as far as, little things like when you immediately stop what you do in terms of getting that goat set up and squared up as quickly as possible, as smoothly as possible. Showmanship is extremely important. We can buy a good one, we can feed him, we can exercise him, we can do everything right. And if our exhibitor doesn't get them presented to the highest degree, we aren't going to win the big prize at the end of the day. And I think there's 2 that separate themselves pretty easily. I think it's extremely, extremely close. And to me, when we walk them and we stop these goats, getting those goats squared up and looking right immediately, especially when you get on the state level or the national level, you're at Louisville or Denver, one of these big shows, you never want to let that judge get a bad look at your animal. And so when we get to this level, it's the little bitty things that kind of separate between our champion and reserve as far as how smooth and how quick we get that goat to look as good as he can out here in the ring. To me, the difference between our champion and reserve was that aspect right there. I think they both walk them good, they present them good, their body language and their body style and posture were all excellent. I think the one lady, that young lady in the black, when she parks her goat, she immediately puts the pressure on the back end of that goat. She makes that goat set his legs for her, and if she has to fix them, she touches one leg. And to me, that's kind of one of my pet peeves is when we stop one, let's touch one back leg, make the other one match it, and then get that front end right. And that takes a lot less time than going back there and touching each back leg, and then we bounce them, and if they move them, then we've done all that for nothing. I think she is very smooth. When she stops that goat, she rocks him back on his back third of his body, makes that goat present himself. He's always gathered up. He always looks the part. And right there, she just moves one leg, bounces, and she's right back into him. I think that's a really, really good style and a habit to get into. Just presenting these guys as quick as we can and getting them to look. He's elevated. He's up in his front end. His head's right. Constant pressure on that chest and just making that goat look collected. To me, the one that follows in reserve is easily the young lady in the front of the line. That goat, when she stops, he's dead level down his top line. He's out on his corners. There's times we're touching each leg. We get him bounced, and we're still a little collected in that front end as far as those front legs being close together. Today in today's ring, we want them wider is better. We want them bold in the rib shape. We want them out on their corners. We want plenty of natural width underneath. And ideally, I would like for her to get that goat out on his corners just a notch more, especially in that front end. When she stops and parks, she touches both back legs, bounces them, and then she's good. And I'd like for her to look at those front legs and make sure we've got natural width under there. Got them spread apart just a notch more. And but those are just 2 different styles. They come in and show tomorrow to somebody else. We could flip-flop those easily. I won't argue with you a bit. That's just personally what I see and the style that I look. And but 2 extremely, extremely high-quality showmen, very accomplished, you can tell. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of senior showmen.
The grand champion for the Champion Senior Showmanship Drive is Bradley Willis. Your reserve is Kylie Adams.
Well, a good group of juniors as we kind of work our way down as far as age groups go. And these young people, I think we've got a lot of quality out here. They're very good as far as their basics and fundamentals of showing goats, and we definitely have some differences out here. I think there are two that kind of rise to the top in this particular group. We'll go name them, but let's give them a nice round of applause for a great set. another good group, very highly competitive. Um, we'll go ahead and pick, I'm going to pick 3 out of this particular set, but an excellent set of exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Returning for the intermediate Showman Champion Drive is Olivia Sanner, Brantley Meadows, Peyton Taylor, Lila Johnson, and Elizabeth Sanner. After all showman classes have shown, we are going to have the Supreme Champion Goat Showman Drive. Top 2 from each age division will come back.
I think we got an extremely good set of junior showmen out here. We'll kind of talk about these top 5 and the reasons why I brought them out here in this ring. We'll start with the young man here on the end. Like I see a lot of talent right here in this young man. There's certain things about showmanship that you can teach, and then sometimes those really good elite showmen, they have things that you can't teach. You know, just the body language, just the presentation. You know, those hidden talents in there that are just really, really, really hard to teach. And I think I'd love to take him and teach him how to show a goat, because I think he could be phenomenal. He gets a little rambunctious. He's a typical boy. I raised 2 of them. I know how it is. They get a little wound up, and next thing you know, they're out walking their goat, or they're moving too fast, and they can't sit still, and you get beat by a girl that's just standing there. And I've seen it a number of times to the last 20 years, but I appreciate his talents right there. I mean, he can get that one presented extremely well. He's got him propped up as good as you can get that goat to look. His body language, his hips, his leg, everything's in position. I see a lot of talent in this young man. We just got to slow down. Teaching our goats to walk at home, I mean, it separates things. It separated things today. We have got to spend the time walking these things by hand. Let them walk you. Let them get out in front of you. You want your head out here. You want to walk a goat like this. Winners walk their goats like this. Losers walk their goats like that. That's kind of one of my sayings at the house. And so we want to walk like a winner. We want to get those things out on the end of their arm. You want them to kind of pull you, drive into that chain, we call it. I think once he gets that goat to moving right, that'll slow him down. He'll relax. We'll move him up the line significantly, but just tremendous talent right there. Young lady next to him in the orange shirt, a lot of quality right here. She is so intense. Everybody can see that. Maybe a little stiffer on the movement. Here in the championship round, her goat didn't work for her quite as well, you know, and so that just, you know, added to the problem. But I think as far as her body placement, her leg placement, you know, the angle of her hips and just the way she's driving and has that goat presented right there, she's pretty flawless. Just a tremendous talent here. Maybe just relax for me. Maybe just relax just a little bit more, especially on the move. When we got that goat and it's going with us and everything's right, we tend to get a little stiff and just a little rigid in presentation there. The young lady in the middle, we can all see how tall she is, and she's got one of the shorter goats out here. And sometimes in showmanship, you know, matching our goat with our kid matters a lot. She is very fundamentally sound. She stops, she parks, not a whole lot of, not many holes in this young lady. Her leg gets a little, when we get right there and we got the bend in that knee, and it just kind of covers up that goat at times, but really pay attention to having those legs square. You know, they aren't out of place very much, but you know, you want the back legs just straight across from each other, front legs with some natural width. Just does a phenomenal job. To me, in this respective age group, I think it comes down to the 2 young ladies on the front of the line. I think, you know, it's kind of flip of the coin between these 2. They're very, very similar in their style and everything, I'm sure. You know, I absolutely know nobody in this state. But if I had to bet money, I'd say they're probably sisters. But you can tell they've been taught by the same person because they show exactly alike. I think today, you know, there's times I had one above the other and back and forth, and y'all can just share these prizes because you're both deserving of the champion award. But I think, to me, as we separate these 2, the one that I picked maybe was a little more correct on leg placement today. The way they walk, the way they present them, how they drive them, how they get in front, you know, it's all, they're mirror images of each other. one leans back just a notch more than the other, to me, that's no big deal. They just got the confidence. They're very smooth, very fluid. If you want to teach your kid how to show, and parents, we have to learn how to teach our kids how to show. So mom and dad, you could watch any of these kids and maybe pick up what I saw about each one of them, but these two right here are pretty flawless in their presentation. Their goats work extremely well. They walk good for them. They're out in front. Everything's fluid. Everything's smooth. When they stop, they don't waste time. We ain't touching four legs and taking too much time getting one presented. There's just one that I think just was a tick more flawless today than the other, but I think it's very, very comparable in these two. Excellent set of junior exhibitors. I want to give them a nice round of applause for all their effort out here.
Your champion intermediate showman is Elizabeth Sanner. Your reserve champion intermediate showman is Olivia Sanner. Ladies and gentlemen, as you spend the day here, you may notice that there's a lot of awesome little shops and concession stands here on the campus. Go check out the concession stand and support the Junior Fair Board. We have a vendor market in the exhibit hall. There's boutiques, clothes, and ice cream. I know when I get a chance, I'm going to go check out those boutiques. I'm kind of a sucker for boutiques. And right over here to my left, there's the Purina booth. Check them out. We are very thankful to have them here today. And a big thank you to our sponsors, the Buncombe County Farm Bureau of Asheville, Purina Livestock and Nutrition, Muddy's Hardwood in Lenore, North Carolina, Bobcat of Lenore, Sawmills Hardware, Carolina Cat of Asheville, Gillespie Beef Farms, North River Farms, Gillespie Livestock, North Creek Livestock, Heston Meadows, I'm right here. I got the WNC Beef Commission in Asheville and Heritage Farm Supply in Weaverville.
All right, in our junior class here, we definitely kind of dial it down in terms of just experience and ring time. I think we've got a lot of good showmen out here that got the basics and the fundamentals down. Just need to polish presentation just a notch more. Getting these goats to walk, again, that's super important, and it just helps you so much, especially in showmanship ring, on getting them presented and getting them presented properly. I think, to me, there's two that kind of surface pretty easily in terms of just getting one showed, getting one set up, propped up, getting the leg placement correct, and being pretty smooth and fluid about it. But a really good set. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go name our champion in reserve.
For junior showmanship, your grand champion is Kaylee Messamore, and your reserve is Shelby Ford. I'd like to go ahead and give a special shout out to Mr. Jim Mundy. Mr. Mundy does a lot for youth who are dealing with livestock. He goes the extra mile, and he works real hard to make sure that these kids can be out here and do what they do. We really appreciate you.
good group of novice. I remember these days. We just got finished with a 20-year run of stock showing, and well, I won't get into that. So I want to commend these exhibitors on an excellent job out here. You can see the fundamentals and the things y'all have taught these young people, you know, and they're trying extremely hard to get these goats set up, and I really like where this group's going. I think basically in the basics and the just, you know, I keep saying fundamentals, but it boils down to doing the little things right, and I think they've got a bright future ahead of them because y'all have done an excellent job of coaching them and teaching them what to do. And I think there's one out here that's just kind of a little flawless today as far as getting his goat stuck and set up as effortlessly as possible. You know, kind of almost every time I'd look at him, he'd have that thing at 12 o'clock and just did a great job. And I think it's a little more challenging trying to pick our reserve champion. There's one out here that just the effort and the look and the positions when I work around this, we weren't flawless this whole time, but I think he just did more things right in terms of his body and the way he was positioning his goat and the way he's positioning himself around the ring. But this is a great age right here. There's a lot of show rings ahead of you, and I want to commend you, each one of you out here for just your effort, your focus, and just a great job. Let's give him a nice round of applause for his super class.
For Class 7 Novice Showmanship, Grand Champion is Harrison Ford. Reserve Champion is Brody King. If you have placed Grand or Reserve Champion, please be making your way this way. We will be having the Supreme Champion drive here momentarily. All grand and reserve champions, please be making your way back to the ring.
Surely we have an award for that right there. Like top hand. I mean, there's got to be some kind of special award, don't y'all think? That's awesome. I've never seen that. Been at this a long time. That is cool. Well, this is a great group. I really enjoy working with the young folks and just trying to get a little bit out of them in terms of information and names and experience levels here. And I love the answers that I get to hear. It's been a while since we've had a child this age, but it brings back a lot of memories. I think there's one out here in this respective group that just kind of daylights everybody, and just her basics and her groundwork for a young person this age is extremely impressive. I think she does a great job, just kind of gets it all together, very intense. When she stops, she gets that goat squared up and just focuses. And I think from there, there's a little give and take. We've got one young lady that I think walks her goat extremely well and everything, and kind of loses a little focus when we get stopped. And we got another one that doesn't walk quite as well, but when we park him, she turns it on and really focuses and does an excellent job of getting those legs presented, or getting that goat presented, getting those legs squared up, and that goat in the right position. But a super, super good group out here. A lot of bright future ahead of all these youngsters, and let's give them a nice round of applause for a great set.
For your Class 8 Pee Wee showmanship, grand champion goes to Sawyer Himmelwright, reserve champion goes to Emery Johnson, and a big congratulations to Tinsley Ferguson for Top Hand Award. After Supreme Champion, we will be rolling straight into the Market Goat. All backdrop pictures will be taken at the end of the show.
We got a super set of exhibitors out here. I've had the opportunity the last probably 25 years to do a number of clinics all over the country and judge in various states. Never been to North Carolina. This is my first trip here, and I tell you, these young people out here exceeded my expectations. It's a lot of fun to judge a group of very good kids and very good livestock than it is to go, and it's a challenge in trying to find a winner, and you struggle through a show, and I think the competition at this level, our Supreme exhibitor is up there with any place, anywhere you want to go in the country. I want to commend them on just a super job. I love if you look at them, they're all very similar in their style, their technique. They get the goats presented. We aren't messing around. We aren't touching a bunch of legs. We're just, we get them propped up. We get them looking good, and then we sit back and relax and just study the judge, study the ring. You know, I'll talk a lot tomorrow in my clinic about presentation and daily care and just all the little bitty things that add up to winning a show. And I think you study these goats and these kids that are doing a good job. You look at their goats and their hair's right, their skin's good, they pay attention, and it all goes back to a total program. It goes back to lots of hours at home in a wash rack with a blower in your hand and just clipping and fitting and conditioning and rinsing and blowing. And every time you do that, you work with that animal, and he just gets better in the ring, and he bonds with you as an exhibitor and an owner of that particular livestock. And I think it shows out here in our winners in these respective classes. I think there's 3 or 4 out here that when you judge, and growing up showing, and I raised 2 kids in the ring, and I've always kind of, when I do a showmanship class, it's like, what kid would I want on our extra animal that we've got to get showed, and that's kind of how I pick my overall showman or my winner. It's like, which kid would I want to show one for us? And I think You know, again, there's 3 or 4 out here. I wouldn't mind them to show one for us at all, but I think there's one that kind of surfaces as far as just putting it all together. Ring presence, getting that goat presented, feeling him, knowing when things move, when things are out of whack, and just really does a phenomenal job. Again, I'm super impressed with the group we've got, with the morning we've had, and it's been a lot of fun, and I know we'll have a great next day and a half of this deal, but let's give them an awesome round of applause for a great set out here. Lots of winners, very close at this deal, but I think there's one that just kind of rises to the top in terms of what I look for. It's all subjective. It's just me today, so next week it'll be a different winner, different person, but good job. I want to commend you on a great set. We'll go name our champion.
For the Supreme Champion Drive, your grand champion goes to Bradley Ann Willis, and your reserve champion goes to Kylie Adams.
One quick announcement. We did post originally on the original schedule that we were going to do Doe's first. That was just brought to our attention, and that's an oversight on our I apologize. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we are going to start with Class 1 weathers. So if you were coming with a doe or you don't have your weather ready, 10 minutes, and then the weather show will start. I apologize for the oversight. So 10 minutes, weathers, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brief intermission would be a wonderful time to go check out the many concession stands we have here on the fairgrounds. There's lots of shops, boutiques, and good food to eat, so go check it out. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fixing to start here in about a minute. Will all exhibitors please make their way towards the show ring? We will be starting with Class 1 market goats.
All right, a good class to start off with. These little lightweights here, I think our top two, they're very different. When you study these guys, this one that come in, go ahead and start walking him out, and we'll talk them as they head out the ring. When this guy walked in the ring, catches your eye as far as his muscle expression and development at this stage. I really like him on the move. One that when you touch him, he's more expressive in his top, in his loin. That from hooks to pins to hocks, that amount of shape he's got in his back end, I think he excels everybody in the class. He's probably going to be a little more terminal in his growth. He's probably going to get ready a little quicker. And I think that's where this second goat, I think, in 4 or 5 months is going to excel that one in the end. But today, not quite as ready. We don't see the muscle shape, the muscle expression. I like this goat a little better in the way he's constructed in his hip structure. Back, feet, and legs are a little more correct, but you look at him today, he's just a little plainer in his appearance. He's got muscle there. It's just got to come when it's time. And I really like the extension and length of body. He's just not quite. Today's not his day, but I think he's got a great future. Kind of the same scenario in the next 3 or 4 out here. When we look at them, this guy's pretty cute. He's got some style and balance to him. He's one that's got some muscle. You can see the expression in his forearm, back there in his hip, in his center stifle. Just isn't quite as square built as the one ahead of her as far as that top line, that strength behind the shoulders, but you like the big foot on this one, just really shaggy-legged. One that I think has got a really good future, just pretty green today. It's kind of the same scenario here in this one. This one touches extremely good down his top as far as that expression. He's a notch stronger in his spine compared to the one that beat him. But we look at this one's work. We just like to add a little bigger foot to him, just stouting him up in terms of his bone work. She gets him propped up, very leveled in his top line, very square built one. Just doesn't quite have the expression today. As we move this next one out, I think here's one that's just a little different compared to the 2 or 3 ahead of him in terms of being shorter bodied, but we like his rib shape, his just natural width and expression from front to rear. We just like to stretch him out a little bit, but probably what bothers me the most about this goat is how he kind of wants to break behind them shoulders. We like to strengthen up his spine just a notch. The next goat out here, I think this one's got a tremendous future, just the greenest of the 6 out here. We just like to add some more condition. Today's not his day, but I think you get 4 or 5 months down the road and let this guy develop. We really like a lot of things about him in terms of the way he's built. Just a really good built one, just a little green, but a good class. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Class 1 market goats. First place goes to Clay Keener. Second place goes to Miley Ponder. Third place to Peyton Taylor. Second place to Addison Lebre. How do you say that? Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Fourth place, Kylie Adams. Fifth place, Andrew Gillespie. Sixth place, Addison Lebre. Following this class, we will have our lightweight division. Please bring your first and second places back to ringside.
All right, another good class, kind of the same scenario as we saw in the last one. We got the young man's doe kid here that's a notch more ready today. You look at her as far as the way her rib shape, her muscle development, thickness, down her top, back there through her hip. Ideally, I'd like for her to be made just a little bit better in the way her rear leg and her hind is constructed. But one that's got a big foot and got plenty of power. I think we've got a total opposite here in a second. You really like the length and the stretch and the flexibility of this goat, but you handle him. He doesn't have enough muscle to beat the one in front of him. I think, you know, as we feed and exercise this guy, hopefully he'll develop and be more expressive. The doe kid here in third, one, you really like the way she's built, a super nice, very sound, very practical goat that just great development at this stage. As she grows, we hope she gets more power and mass and muscle to her, but I like her from the profile. I like her look and eye appeal. Young man's goat here coming out next, one that if we could strengthen him up in his top line, he'd move up considerably. I think he matches in terms of his muscle expression, development, rib shape, all that stuff of our class winner. That one just is not strong enough in his spine to be moved up any higher. Another really cool one right here, one that when you study him and you get your hands on him, he doesn't quite have the top shape, the expression behind those shoulders. He's got some stifle. He's got some things we like about him. We just like to make him bolder in his top shape. a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a great set.
For Class 2 Market Goats, first place goes to Gus Wiley. Second place goes to Colton Messamore. Third place goes to Katie Boone. Fourth place, Heston Meadows. Fifth place, Grayson Wiley. Sixth place, Miley Ponder. Seventh place, Allison O'Connell. Eighth place, Addison Sprinkle. Ninth place, Dixie Shatley.
Oh, good set out here in our lightweight division drive. Definitely have some differences in the 2 seconds versus the 2 first in terms of body type and kind. We've got the 2 thicker kind of earlier maturing ones. The one that was second behind our first class winner. That one's really intriguing. When she props him up, I think he looks extremely good. Like just very well built. That's one we like him as far as his silhouette and his build. And when he gets on the move, he kind of loses everything in terms of just overall shape and thickness. But again, I'm pretty intrigued by that one as far as his future down the road. You know, he's not going to win today, but that one could be really good later on. And I just really like his build. She does a great job of showing him. But a really good set. I think we're probably going to go with the two that are more ready today in terms of muscle and just shape and thickness. And ideally, I'd like to see these two goats just move a lot freer when we get them on the move. Especially our Class 2 winner, that goat gets really choppy, and she wants to get in a hurry, and she kind of wants to get in a hurry and just move a little quick, and we like to free them up in terms of their structure and just loosen them up. But we're going to use the young man's Class 1 for our champion, and then come back with our Class 2 winner for reserve. But a good set. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
For the lightweight division drive, your grand champion is Clay Keener, and your reserve grand champion is Gus Wiley. Congratulations to these two.
Good class to start our middle division off with. This young lady's goat that wins it kind of does running away here. This guy is super stout. To me, he doesn't really match up in terms of his mass and volume and stoutness that we've got the rest of these goats in the class. And I think this one this one brought the gun to the knife fight here. He's just super stout, big-footed, handles extremely well, and I think you follow him up pretty easily with this one. This is just a notch smaller version of the one that wins the class. The young man's goat handles extremely well. I think they're built very, very similar, just not as much to him to get around the one ahead of him. I think we've got some give and take in these next three. You look at this one's a notch shallower, a notch cooler looking when she gets him parked on the side compared to the ones behind it. Definitely don't have the power to move up any higher, but I think as we study that one, it kind of lands in there in that third hole. I like the way this goat's presented. The young lady does an awesome job of setting him up, presenting him. The profile is extremely nice, very long and level down his top line, but you study this one, he's a notch deeper chested, just kind of a little plainer in his overall appearance when we compare him to the three ahead of him, but goat that is very high quality. We've got another one in here this doe kid's just giving up some mass and muscle. We like her style, especially on the move. This one really catches your eye. Super attractive when we get her parked and start comparing her to the ones that beat her. She just isn't quite as blown apart, doesn't quite have the natural muscle and thickness to move up. Same scenario here in the doe kid that follows. This gal just a beautifully presented, very eye-appealing doe. Just needs some sheer mass and muscle under all that hair. But a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause for starting our middleweight division.
For Class 3 market goats, first place, Adeline Jane Hemmelwright. Second place, Brantley Meadows. Third place, Cannon Wilhot. Fourth place, Emmeline Stack. Fifth place, Veronica Cordoville. Sixth place, Grace Holshauser. Seventh place, Charlotte Payne. Eighth place, Grayson White. Ninth place, Ava Boston. And 10th place, Mackenzie Odom. Congratulations. After the GOAT show, will all Grand and Reserve Division champions and overall Grand and Reserve champions please report to the backdrop for pictures. Thank you.
I think this is probably one of the more challenging decisions I've had today. When we study these two goats, this one in first is going to win just far as being more complete, especially in his spine and his top line right there, the strength behind his shoulders. You handle this guy, I think he's got enough power. He's definitely leveler hipped, just better constructed out of his hip and his spine and just his bone work. Isn't quite as stout-footed. Definitely doesn't have the amount of center rib and just the boldness of cage that we're seeing in this second place goat, but I think he's a little truer in his skeletal makeup. This guy parked right there, I think wins pretty easily. I mean, the amount of center rib that this goat possesses is phenomenal. Right there when he gets on the move, he just breaks too much for me. Some guys it may not bother, but for me, if we could fix him, you know, in that spine and just level him up behind them shoulders like he wins running away, no problem. I just love the true power, the width dimension. We just got a flaw there that's a little harder for me to tolerate and get around that one that wins the class. I think the next goat out here kind of follows the type and kind of the one that won. He just doesn't have enough power to beat the one ahead of him. You know, you look at him, very good in his skeleton, very level and square in his design. He's just a little plainer. He's not as fancy a goat, doesn't have the power and the muscle that we're seeing in those goats ahead of him. A really good, solid, good, complete animal that's very functional, very sound in his feet work, got plenty of mass and bone. He just needs a very expressive or a very aggressive exercise program to make him a notch more athletic appearing. This little doe right here is very intriguing. You get your hands on her, she's got top shape. She's got a big old rack in her, a very great loin edge. I'd love to see this goat slick sheared. We may move her up a notch or two in the class if we can get all that hair off of her and really see how much shape she's got. But this goat right there is pretty intriguing under that hair. We're just kind of guessing at how much hip shape and thickness she's got in her center stifle. This goat's out on her corners extremely well. She's got a tremendous amount of base width to her. Not the stoutest featured, but you can see she doesn't have a whole lot of leg hair. She's kind of shucked her leg hair, so that kind of takes away from that just a little bit. But she's got some bone work, some footwork right there. Maybe not quite as rugged as the ones that beat her in class. Young man's goat here coming next. We like his power. He's a little deeper chest, a little weaker in his top line, but this guy's got some power to him. He's big-footed. He's stout-featured. Got some good things about him. Just doesn't quite put it all together as nicely as some of those others in the class in terms of style and balance. But a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
For Class 4 market goats, first place is Kaylee Messimore. Second place, Lillian Garcia. Third place, Colton Messimore. Fourth place, Emery Johnson. Fifth place, River Bryant. Sixth place, Lydia Johnson. Seventh place, Addison Cosby. Eighth place, Addison Sprinkle. Ninth place, Carson Shatley. 10th place, Will Odom. Congratulations. After this class, we will have the middleweight division drive. Will first and second place from class 3, 4, and 5 please come to ringside?
All right, the deepest class we've had today. Really enjoyed judging this set of goats. I think the young lady's goat, surely everybody saw this guy when he walked in the ring. He kind of daylights everybody in terms of the way he's built, his bone work, his muscle, center rib, just kind of everything we've been talking about. This one puts it together extremely nice. You get him on the move. He's very, very impressive. And, of course, the young lady gets him presented extremely well. I like this one quite a bit. And I think we can follow him pretty easily with this one, with the doe kid here in third. When she props him up, or her up, she squares up extremely nice. She may be a notch more pulled apart in that chest floor. You see that natural width as she's going out the gate there in that chest floor. She's got rib to her. She's got design. Not quite as expressive. Didn't hit me quite as hard when she first came in the ring. This gal, the more you study her, the more you like her, and I think she's got a lot of really good pieces. I think we logically follow her up here with the one in third. That's, to me, built real similar to those two. Where we separate things is when we put our hands on this one. She just doesn't touch with the amount of muscle and power the ones ahead of her. And you can kind of see that as she's moving around the ring. She's not as square built, not as expressive, definitely down that top line. You love right there, she looks great. Like that doe props up extremely nice. She's out on her corners. You like her rib shape. You like a lot about this gal. But compared to the two ahead of her, she just doesn't have the touch and the power to beat them today. Really good solid weather here in fourth. I think when we handle this guy and we get down to that top four and you go and you touch each one of them, he's the lightest muscle to the bunch. I think this guy's got a tremendous amount of potential. We get him on the treadmill. We get him on a super aggressive exercise program, and we can just bulk him up in terms of his shape, give him some supplements, high-protein supplements to help build that muscle, make him a little more expressive because he's got the build. He's big-footed. He's stout-feet. The young lady's doing a good job of getting this one presented. We just got to get a little more shape in him at this stage. Got another one here that handles extremely well. I really like this goat, and we kept moving him up, but we get up here in the top five, and he gets on the side view, and he just wants to get higher in his top. He's not as relaxed in his skeleton, doesn't help her out as much when she's trying to present him on the profile, but I think this guy's got a lot of power and stoutness of feature. But a good class. Let's give him a good round of applause for a great effort out here.
For Class 5 market goats, first place goes to Bradley Ann Willis. Second place goes to Kylie Adams. Third place goes to Kylie Adams. Fourth place goes to Veronica Cordoville. Fifth place goes to Whitley Kopp. Sixth place goes to Gus Wiley. Seventh place goes to Addison Maxwell. Eighth place goes to Alyssa Kopp. Ninth place goes to Miley Teague. And 10th place goes to Brody King. Congratulations.
when we get to this division drive, I think to me there's two or three goats out here that are in contention. The first class, the last class, and then the second place to the last class winner. I think all three of these goats are pretty good. Very well built. They're very modern in their appearance. Very goats that are extremely level and square in their design and stout featured and got plenty of muscle. And, you know, when you get out here and Champion Drive's presentation has a lot to do with how they're looking on the move and getting presented. Everything kind of plays into itself at this stage. I think to me there's one goat that kind of runs off with it. He's not perfect by any means, and ideally I'd like to crack him open in his chest floor just a notch. But as far as his silhouette and just soundness and just the way the guy's built, I think he wins it pretty handily. We've got another goat here, the one that won Class 1. I wish he'd cooperate for this young lady because I know she's getting frustrated, and it's not her fault. And I like this guy a lot in class. I think he's super cool in the way he's built. A stout featured one that's thick and handles extremely well. Just a really good one. We've got the second place that followed up our champion in that respective class. And the doe that when she's propped up, she looks extremely well. I think they pattern up a lot we get her on the move, and you can kind of see some of the things in terms of just being a little finer boned, a little smaller footed, a little frailer in her bone work, but as far as her silhouette and her profile, she looks extremely well. But I think it's a close decision in our reserve. We'll go name our champion in reserve. Again, a good division. Let's give them a great round of applause for a really excellent set of goats out here in this drive.
For the middleweight division drive, your grand champion is Bradley Ann Willis, and your reserve champion is Adeline Jane Hemmelwright. Congratulations. Putting on a show like this would not be possible without our sponsors, so big thank you to Buncombe County Farm Bureau, Purina Livestock and Nutrition, Mundy's Harwood, Bobcat of Lenore, Sawmills Hardware, Carolina Cat, Gillespie Beef Farms, North River Farms, Gillespie Livestock, North Creek Livestock, WNC Beef Commission, and Heritage Farm Supply.
All right, a good competitive class starter, heavy division off with young ladies super stout goat to win. Big ribbed, big hipped, one that's got a tremendous top in him, probably the biggest top we've handled all day in terms of just rack shape, loin edge, big old groove down his back, stout featured. I'd like to make this one maybe just a notch taller in his overall skeleton makeup. But this guy is super stout. You've got to really appreciate just the mass, power, and width that he possesses. A little taller frame doe kid here in second. You touch her, and I think she follows up pretty easily in terms of that freshness, a top shape, big rack, big loin, one that squares up extremely nice. I love her elevation, her extension. If we just put a lot more emphasis on total frame size, we really like this gal, but in terms of just mass and volume, she's given up quite a bit to the class winner, but I really like the way she's built. You combine those two goats, and I think you got you a really, really good one. The next goat in here in third, I think he kind of follows the type and kind of our class winner as far as the way he's built, and just a really eye-appealing, big-footed goat that when we touch him, he doesn't bring the power to the table that the top two do, but I think that one's got a good future ahead of him. We got some other goats in the class that just kind of wound up in a class of some really thick ones. We just like to add some mass and muscle to them, but a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for all their efforts.
For Class 6 market goats, first place goes to Kylie Adams. Second place goes to Grayson Wiley. Third place goes to Brantley Meadows. Fourth place goes to Kaylee Messmore. Fifth place to Samora Parker. And sixth place to Addison Maxwell. Congratulations. All division, grand, and reserve champions, please make your way ringside for the Market Goat Championship drive. Thank you.
All right, a good pair here in this last class. As we study these, like I told these two girls, I said they're very high quality individuals. I think there's differences in the two. We got kind of a little shorter, thicker, smoother made one here that we're going to start with. This guy's super impressive when you put your hands on him as far as that loin edge and how he ties in from his loin into his hip. Very full and thick and just a really good handling goat. I appreciate the extension and elevation of this one. He's up off the ground. If we could just smooth him up, especially that back half of his skeleton right there, as far as his hip-loin junction, just give him a notch more shape in his, basically from his hook bones to his tail. Just he wants to kind of flatten off there just a notch and just doesn't quite have the shape of the one that beat him. Our goat here in third, a very eye-appealing, eye-catching red goat, super slick. The hide and hair in this guy's phenomenal. They done a great job getting him ready. Touches extremely well, not quite as expressive as the two that beat him, but we look at him on his feet and legs. We like to get him up on his pasterns. He's getting a little too soft there on in his pasterns and the way he's built down there on his feet, but a goat that's been taken excellent care of, and just his hide and hair are phenomenal. The next two goats just kind of wound up in a tough class with guys that have tremendous power to them. We just like to add some more muscle to these two, but a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of heavyweights.
Class 7 a market goat, first place, Bradley Ann Willis. Second place, Kylie Adams. Third place, Briggs Keller. Fourth place, Karis Santolin. Fifth place, Andrew Gillespie. Congratulations. With the division, grand, and reserve champions make their way ringside for the Market Goat Championship Drive.
I think as we study our champion drive, the two class winners just kind of superior in terms of their muscle and power. Goats that are very bold in their skeleton. They're pulled apart. They're stout in their feature. I think the one that just won our last class just kind of excels these two in terms of elevation and extension. Kind of his growth curve is a little longer than the other one, and we just I really like his completeness. Two super stout goats. That'll be your champion in reserve for the division. Thank you.
For the heavyweight division, your grand champion is Kylie Adams, and your reserve grand champion is Bradley Ann Willis. Congratulations.
highly competitive goat show today. I want to commend all the kids and families for bringing me an excellent set of goats out here. It makes it a lot easier a lot funner to judge when you got high quality ones, and we definitely saw that today. As we look out here in our drive, I think all these have muscle and correctness of condition and rib shape and just stoutness of feature all in common. But I do think that there's a lot of differences out here and just in terms of skeleton, and they're similar, but yet we do have some differences in the way they're built. And you know, our division winners, I think they're the more complete ones of that division, and then we get into our reserves. And I think we have maybe like our heavyweights, just probably the most powerful goat we saw all day, but we just like to stretch his skeleton just a notch in terms of just giving him a little more elevation. And then our middle reserve, you study that guy, and boy, on the move, and times you love him to death, and we just like for him to present himself a notch better. The little doe that was reserve champion of the lightweights, just one that poses an awesome silhouette. Like, she's probably as cool made from the side as any of them as far as that goes. We get her on the move, and she gets a little straighter in her structure and just a little tighter in her construction. I think when we got to our champions, these guys, I think they're the most complete in terms of just skeletal makeup, muscle, power, correctness of condition. You just put it all together. I don't think the perfect one's out here by any means, but I think there's some that are very high quality and very good. We study that champion of the heavy division. This guy's built extremely well. He poses from the side. I like him a lot. Very eye-appealing, super stout, big-footed, lots of power. Ideally, when I touch him, I'd like to change him in terms of his tightness of hide and just kind of his thickness of hide. I'd like to tighten that up and thin his hide, and I think he'd have a little bit better touch and presence when we analyze him up close. Our middleweight champion, you study this guy from the side. When she gets him propped up, he looks phenomenal. You know, I think he's as good as any we've seen today. Ideally, I'd like to just blow him apart from underneath and just widen him up in that chest floor. He's one at times, like you can kind of catch him every now and then, and he looks just a little plainer than you see him right there in terms of just his overall appearance. But this guy, I think, has got a bright future ahead of him, and just a lot of really good pieces done. Our champion light division, you study this guy, and he's pound for pound probably as thick as anybody out here. Just super ripped, super in the way he handles, correct condition, freshness. Just a really, the epitome of a really good lightweight. You know, you don't know how far you'll go with this guy. He's getting a little straighter in those back legs and a little more off in his hip, but I think this one, he'll win a lot of them lightweight divisions at these jackpots in the near future. But with all this said, I think there's one that probably puts everything together, and I like as well as any of them. We'll go name our champion, then we'll name our reserve. It's been a fun morning with all the showmanship and these, and I look forward to the does and the sheep show from here on out. A good set of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing out us a good set of goats.
for the overall market goat, your grand champion was Bradley Ann Willis, and your overall reserve was Bradley Ann Willis. Congratulations.
All right, in this first class of does, a young man's doe that wins it, just a really good profiling doe that's very level, very square. You like her elevation, her grow at this stage. One that I think is just very complete in the way she's built in her overall package, and we can kind of follow her with a little smaller version of the same doe here in second place. You like her levelness in her top line, a doe that's very good, very complete. They're extremely immature at this stage, and we just like them to be really good built without any flaws. I think all three of these are excellent does. We've got one here to round the class off, another one that's extremely well built. She's sound on her feet and legs. The young lady demands control here, and she just does an awesome job of getting this doe presented. A really good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause to start our doe show off with.
For Class 1 of Doe Kids, first place, Charlie Slate. Second place, Lorelei Benson. Third place, Charlie Slate. Congratulations.
A good challenging class, probably one I've taken a little more time on today than the rest of them. And you study these gals, and we'll discuss kind of our give and take in there. And I think these two kind of surface in terms of just skeletal build and muscle and mass. And the one that wins, this gal is super impressive right here in this state. Where she kind of bothers me is we get her on the move, but a lot of that's just she doesn't relax and walk out and stride like the way she wants to. She wants to fight that chain and kind of twist and turn, but you really study her skeleton in terms of rib shape and just overall width and mass. She backs it up with a tremendous touch and just a female, you know. Some of y'all might be saying, well, that looks like a wether. Well, it takes kind like, I've been raising them for 30 years, and it takes that kind to raise those good wethers. That's a good female in my mind, and you study her, and if I stand here and say, all right, which one would I take home, I'd grab that one in a heartbeat. I think just the true power, the footwork, she's big-footed, she's big enough. No, she doesn't have all the hair and maybe some of the bells and whistles that we'll talk about in some of these others, but I think just as far as true skeleton build and power, she excels the class, and I think we easily followed it up with this one. When you get your hands on her, she's got a big back in her, she's got a great loin edge, one that doesn't quite have the flair and fullness from that hooks to pins to hock back there. She got a lot of hair there, but she underneath that hair, we just give up some power there in that center stifle. I love the way this gal looks when she's propped up and her silhouette and the way she moves out. Presents herself extremely well. Just not quite as much overall power and punch that we're seeing in the doe that beat her in class, but this one's very high quality as well. The doe in third is one that caught my eye right off the bat when she came in the ring. You love the presentation of this one, the way he's got her clipped and fitted up, and this gal is just super eye-appealing. I think we get under that hair and start comparing her in terms of the two that beat her. A little finer boned, a notch more refined in her overall work. And I could see some guys using her to win the class just because she's so fancy. Very feminine, very extended. For me, I still got to have some mass and muscle in my does. Again, we've raised them a long time, and it takes them powered up does to raise those powered up wethers and bucks. But she is super feminine. I will give her the advantage in the class as far as just femininity, eye appeal, and look and extension. We just like to stouten her up in her overall feature. This doe coming out here, the paint and fourth, is one that's very correct in her top line and her square build, one that has a great silhouette to her. You get up over the top of her and start studying her compared to the four ahead of her. She gets a little plainer in her muscle expression, a little flatter through that center and lower part of her stifle. We just like to square her up and thicken her up all the way through. Really fancy one here in fifth. I told her I'd love to have that leg hair on some of the goats at our house. Just lots of bells and whistles here in terms of what she's done with this goat. She said she's kind of gone off feed, and I think you get this one fatter and get her on a roll to grow and just bulk up, and we move up her higher in the class because she's got a lot of them intangibles that not every goat has. You know, you got a hairy one here, super sound, great silhouette in her. We just need her to be thicker and bulk up. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of does.
For Class 2 Doe Kid, first place goes to Clara Grubb. Second place goes to Emmeline Stack. Third place goes to Grayson Wiley. Fourth place goes to Katie Boone. Fifth place goes to Peyton Taylor. Sixth place goes to Shelby Ford. Seventh place, Andrew Gillespie. Eighth place, Abigail McKnight. And ninth place, Addison Lefebvre. Folks, don't forget, after our goat show, all Grand and Reserve Division champions and overall Grand and Reserve champions, please go to the backdrop to take pictures. Thank you.
Good challenging class here. We've got some does that are definitely immature in their pattern right now, and you know, they could all use a little more time and a little more feed. But I think as we study them, the young man's doe we're going to start with, I think is probably our most complete in terms of the way she's built and her profile and her eye appeal and just kind of her structure and just puts everything together extremely nice. Ideally, she needs to gain gain some weight and really progress on. I think she will, and the young lady's doing second. I think follows her extremely well. This gal here, you like her design, you like her eye appeal, just very good, complete sound does that just need to be a little further along in their curve right now. The young lady's doe in third is one that's super stout. Thickest goat out here, probably the best conditioned goat out here, but we just really need to strengthen that one up in her top line to make her any better. The goat in fourth, very, very comparable to our top two, a doe that just needs to have some more muscle in relation to her frame. At this stage, and we got some other goats that kind of follow that same pattern. I like the way they're built. I like their eye appeal and their look. Just need to have a notch more muscle. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
For Class 3 Doe Kid, first place goes to Harrison Ford, second place goes to Addison Sprinkle, third place Sawyer Hemmelwright, fourth place Charlotte Payne, fifth place Sarah Ford, sixth place Jacob Bird, and seventh place Alex Riddle. Congratulations.
All right, I apologize about the length of this, but two really high quality does. I think they're very different between each other, but they've both got extremely good attributes amongst themselves, and you really step back and study them, and you know, today is just my opinion, and for whatever that's worth, but anyway, I wanted to be sure and get this right in my mind, and the goat that wins the class, just super impressive when you touch this gal. She's got a big top, big loin, super center stifle. I love how shallow she is and up fronted, and she's got that rib shape and that bone work and footwork that I've been talking about all day. There's things I would love to change about her and make her hip shape more correct like the one behind her. As far as that levelness of hip, just make her more correct in those back feet and legs, I think, especially when we get her on the move. She's a little steeper, a little straighter. I just like to make that more correct. But we've got, you know, a ton of give and take between these two, and what's the correct decision? I don't know, but I have to be right with myself and just step back, and it's like, all right, which goat would I take home? Which goat to me would be more valuable in our program, and just kind of that direction, I guess, and we're going to go with the black-headed one. The doe in second is one that to me is very complete. I mean, you study her from the side view. She's pretty flawless in the way she's built. Ideally, I'd like to strengthen her up a notch in her spine, bring her up in her chest floor, and just elevate that front end. And this gal, you know, fitted up, and the way she looks, you're like, oh, well, she has just enough muscle and just as much muscle as the one that beats her. But you get your hands on her, and we give up quite a bit of power. We give up quite a bit of shape, and that's what made it very close to me. I mean, we throw the power of that black-headed doe on that one. I think she runs off with it handily, and you get under that hair and really get to touching that gal. I just like to see more mass and muscle on that skeleton. I think she's really correct in the way she's built in her back third of her skeleton. We just need to add some more mass and muscle. Young lady's doe in third kind of looks like her second place doe in terms of the way she's built. We see her coming and going from us. She just gets narrower in that chest floor, just doesn't quite have the overall skeletal width and mass of the two ahead of her, but a really fancy doe from the profile. Kind of the same scenario in this one that comes out next. Really fancy, eye-appealing, super feminine, just don't have that width in that skeleton that we need to move up any further in the class. The next doe here, one that's got some power, got some mass and muscle. Again, she gets a little weaker behind them shoulders in her spine work right there. We just like to strengthen her up a notch. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a really good set of does.
For Class 4 Doe Kids, first place goes to Peyton Taylor. Second place goes to Bradley Ann Willis. Third place goes to Grace Holshauser. Fourth place goes to Addison Sprinkle. Fifth place goes to Amber Shutsky. Sixth place goes to Elizabeth McKnight. Seventh place goes to Emery Johnson. Eighth place to Lila Johnson. And ninth place to Jacob Story. Congratulations, y'all.
I think a really close pair here in the top two. You study them, I think they're very comparable. There's times I liked one over the other and back and forth. We've kind of been flip-flopping. But the stouter featured, wider built one we're going to use to win the class. There's times when she's parked, I just really would like to change her on her feet and legs. And we study this one in second, and the same thing happens. It's kind of a little reoccurrence of just getting a little straight at times. And then there's times when we get them on the move, they walk extremely well. There's, I think, just a lot of give and take. Right here, I like. There we go. We really like the look of the second place one on the profile. She's got a great silhouette to her, super long-bodied, super feminine. Just two really stout, complete ones, and just some give and take in here in this top two, but I think they're both very high quality. We come out with one that kind of falls here in third, wins most classes today, but you run up against two just bigger, stouter ones. You really like the touch of this one, just a smaller version of the two that beat them in class. But this gal's got, I think, a great future to her. Really elegant, very eye-catching doe in fourth. One that's just super flashy. Done a great job fitting this one and getting it presented. The hair is extremely high quality, and just how it's very flows extremely well. But you get your hands on this one, you watch her move. She's a little base narrow. She doesn't quite have the overall power to move up in the class. The paint doe here, another high quality doe as well. We study her in comparison to the ones that placed above her, and we just got to add a notch more power, but super sound, good high quality goats. An excellent class. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For Class 5 Doe Kids, first place, Kylie Adams. Second place, Kylie Adams. Third place, Clara Grubb. Fourth place, Clara Grubb. Fifth place, Zamaria Parker. Sixth place, Charlie Slate. Seventh place, Ella Kate Hill. And eighth place, Addie Hartman. Congratulations.
All right, we get to this class, some heavier weight does. I think the young lady is one that wins the class, a little broodier, a little stouter featured one that's wider build, bigger footed. You look at her when she gets her presented and propped up here, just comes together pretty nicely. Super long bodied, feminine one in second. You like her length and her extension and her femininity. We just like to add more width and thickness, especially in that back third of her body, just back there in her rump. The young lady's doe in third, one that's got some rib shape and some width and dimension. We handle her. She's just kind of giving up some shape in that down that top and back there through that center stifle. A really impressive fourth place paint doe here. You look at her from the side. You like her eye appeal and her look. She's a very feminine, very stylish doe. One that just needs to have more width and power to her as well. But a good stout class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of goats.
For Class 6 Doe Kid, first place, Lillian Garcia. Second place, Charlotte Payne. Third place, Ruby Book. Fourth place, Andrew Gillespie. And fifth place, Andrew Gillespie. Congratulations. If all first and second Kid Doe placers would head to the ringside and get ready for the championship drive. Thank you.
Really good class here, and you study these and they kind of fall in place in terms of width, dimension, volume, mass, bone work. The young lady's doe that wins kind of does in all those aspects, and you get back over kind of three-quarter view and behind her, and she's just super impressive as how stout featured she is, and just a really stout doe. A notch more feminine doe in second, and you like her angularity, that smoothness in the front end. Just a really good growthy doe. You get behind her, she doesn't have near the overall power of the one that beat her in class, but I like her from the side. Just a super impressive doe. We just like to stouten her up in her bone work and just add some more mass and muscle. Another good high quality doe in third. Just run into a tough class. You study her, you like the way she's built. She's one that just kind of doesn't quite have the style and eye appeal, doesn't quite have the muscle of the class winner, but I think one that could stand some more competition out here. Just a really good high-quality doe that run into a couple really good ones in this class. Give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of heavyweights.
For Class 7 of Doe Kid, first place, Olivia Sanner. Second place, Darcy Boucher. And third place, Adeline Jane Hamilwright. Congratulations. If all first and second Kid Doe placers would head towards ringside and get ready for the championship drive. Thank you.
All right, really good heavyweight. I think no, maybe not. We got another class? Nope. Okay. Good class to wrap up the doe show here. The doe that wins it, just a phenomenal creature right here. You study this cow. We hadn't seen anything built like this one today in terms of her front 2/3 of her body. She's just tremendously round-bodied, super wide built. You want to talk about width through that chest floor and width and dimension back. This gal's just got it all. She's extremely hairy, extremely big backed, monstrous loin in her, and just one that's incredible. And she's almost, her back end hadn't quite caught up with her front end in terms of all that natural width and dimension, but this one here is kind of an outlier in some of the aspects that she's really good at, and just one that's kind of interesting to study and pick apart right there. And I think throughout the class, the next three, I think there's a lot of give and take. We're going to go with one that's maybe a notch stouter in second over the third place doe. The third place doe may be a little longer sided, a little bit more feminine, a little more eye appealing, but not quite as stout. And we've got a doe to wrap up the class here that just needs to add more power, width, and dimension compared to the others in the class. But a good stout class to wrap up the doe show here, and we'll move into our champion drive.
For Class 8 Doe Kids, first place, Aaron Burns. Second place, Elizabeth Sanner. Third place, Cannon Wilholt. And fourth place, Kylie Landers. Congratulations.
Single entry in this class, a big framed, high volume doe. You like her rib design, just her mass or volume that this gal possesses. Just a really good single entry. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Your Class 9 Doe Kid winner is Ruby Book. Congratulations.
Been a really good doe show. I think we've got some excellent quality does out here. A lot of variation in these gals, but I think they all have things in common as far as structure and muscle and natural body width, turn to that rib, just some footwork, some bone work to them. All those things I think they got in common. They're all built a little bit different in terms of their skeletal makeup. But to me, there's kind of two does that I gravitate to in this drive, and I think they're both does that are super stout featured. They're big ribbed. They got lots of muscle to them, and those attributes, you know, if you're in the deal to raise goats, raise good, maybe good wethers, and sell them and try to make it profitable, you got to have those features. You got to be stout boned. You got to have big rib and lots of muscle, and I think there's two that, to me, that make it pretty easy as far as sorting and picking. But between the two, I think there's a lot of daylight in there, and you study them. The black-headed doe that won next to last class is one that's just kind of an outlier in terms of just being super rugged. This gal, you put your hands on her, and her rack shape is just ginormous, big loin. Tremendous natural width through that chest floor, and all that front 2/3. You know, ideally, I'd like to give her more center stifle and just kind of blow her apart just a notch more there in her back end, and that would make her balance out a little bit better. But there's things about this one that you don't see every day. I'll tell you, it's just super crazy in terms of her just being stout featured and all that hair and all that power and natural width through that front end. I mean, that don't come around every day, and I think she's got some attributes that just kind of are outliers. The doe that won the third to last class there, the young lady that's setting legs right now, this gal, I like her a lot. I mean, she's super complete. Very balanced, an eye-appealing doe, but yeah, she's got lots of bone. She's stout, she's big ribs, she's got plenty of power. I mean, she daylights everybody if the black-headed one wasn't out here, you know. But you got to show up and show them, and you got to beat everybody that's here. And I just think these two does are really good no matter what part of the country you park them in and where you show them. I think they're the kind that take home in a breeding program, and you got to raise those kind that are just out there. You know, there's a lot of money to be made in the goat industry today. Online sales have changed this. You can sell them any part of the world, anywhere. You can have them shipped. You can have them moved. I mean, it's almost like Amazon in the livestock industry now, and it takes those kind that are just kind of freakish in their build and to go ahead and flush and make you money and just breed those kind that'll raise some winners. But you know, it's definitely a personal preference and boils down to my opinion today. But I think we've got a couple out here. We'll pick our champion and let our second place roll out here and represent that respective class. But a really good set of does, a good set of wethers. I want to commend y'all on a great goat show, but we'll pick this champion. I think we've got senior divisions as well, and it just keeps going on and on. But we'll go ahead and name the champion of the junior division. Thank you.
Your grand champion for the Doe Kids is Aaron Burns, and your reserve grand champion for Doe Kids is Olivia Sanner. Congratulations. right, y'all, as we jump back in here to senior does, I would like to go ahead and remind y'all to check out Mel's Media Solutions. You can find the live stream and the pictures being taken here. I'd also like to give a shout out to Shannon Roberts and John Candler for working the ring. Thank y'all so much for helping out and making sure that my information over here is accurate.
All right, in this class of senior does, we're going to leave them just how they're standing right here. I think we've got a doe to win the class, just a really well-built one. You like her style and her eye appeal, very square and level in her lines. Super sound, super correct, one that's just really, really good, complete doe. We got a little bigger frame, longer-sided doe in second. I appreciate that about her. She's got some broodiness to her. She's deep-sided, big-ribbed. We just like to add maybe a notch more muscle back there in that back third of her body, but two really high-quality does. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent effort out here.
For Class 10 Senior Doe, first place, Kylie Adams, and second place, Olive Grace Hill. Congratulations, y'all.
All right, in this next senior class, two does. The one that wins the class, just a little rounder body, a little more expressive in her top line. One that's got tons of power to her. Really like her natural width and dimension that she's got. A really good stout featured one. The doe in second's probably one that's maybe been in production a notch longer and lost a little bit of that shape to her. But you appreciate the size and scale of this gal and just her femininity and just a really good high quality doe as well. Good set. Give them a nice round of applause.
Class 11 Senior Doe, first place, Amber Shutsky. Second place, Kylie Adams. Congratulations. All first and second senior does, please be lining up and getting ready for the champion drive.
In this senior class, it kind of resembles the last one. We're going to use a doe that's a little stouter featured, a little heavier muscle today. Maybe a notch more condition on her, and that kind of adds to everything. But really stout featured. You like the length and extension of the one in second. We just like to add a notch more muscle, especially in the back 1/3. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 12 senior does, first place, Claire Santolin. Second place, Ava Bostain. Would all grand champion and reserve champion for kid breeding does and first and second place for senior does please be lining up for the final championship drive? Thank you.
All right, a really good complete doe to round the doe show off with. Just a really good solid senior doe that's very well built, nicely balanced, super feminine doe that's super sound. Let's give her a good round of applause and we'll move into our grand doe, I think, champion doe.
Your Class 13 winner is Katie Boone. Congratulations.
I think we've got an interesting lineup here in the senior doe. Back and you study these gals. Gotha won the first class, really round-bodied, and you study her. She's a lot leaner than the rest of the does out here. One that's really out on her corners, got plenty of natural base width underneath. You touch her, and she's got a monster rack in her. Tremendous rack shape, really good, really balanced, just a super good complete doe here. The one that won the next class, very wide built, just super stout doe. One that I'd like to trim up in terms of body condition. She's getting a little obese today, but you really like her overall power, width, and dimension. Doesn't quite have the natural touch and shape down that top, the one that won the class before her. Couple bigger, broodier does that won the last two classes, does that just big, stout, broody, females that I think will make excellent females, but the one that I'm kind of drawn to in this senior doe class is the one doe that won the first class. We'll make her our champion doe. All right, our reserve senior doe comes down to these two right here. Young lady's big stout doe that won the second class. We'll make her the reserve champion.
Your grand champion senior doe goes to Kylie Adams, and your reserve champion senior doe goes to Amber Shutsky. Congratulations.
All right, to wrap the doe show or goat show up, I guess, we're down to our champion doe, grand champion doe. I think we get them all out here. They kind of match up in terms of their type and kind. I think, you study these gals, you look at them in class, their respective classes and divisions, and we get to this point, and we've talked about them 2 or 3 times. I just think there's one that just kind of has some pieces about her that's extremely hard to find, just kind of an outlier, and then I think we can follow her up with another doe that's extremely high quality. But an excellent doe show we've had, excellent goat show. I've really enjoyed sorting through the day, the showmanship. We'll kind of eat some lunch and break, and then I guess judge some sheep after this. But really enjoyed being here. Thank y'all. Hopefully y'all stick around for tomorrow, and I'll do my clinic, and been at it a long time. I'd love to share with you some of our successes and things that we did to be successful, out in the Southwest, showing in Texas and whatnot. And anyway, it's been a good day. I appreciate it. Thanks for being patient with me, and enjoy the Go Show. We'll go name our champion in reserve.
Your overall grand champion breeding doe goes to Aaron Burns, and your overall reserve champion breeding doe goes to Olivia Sanner. Congratulations, y'all.